Hey, what's up? Alright. Oh shit. I don't got a shirt on. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck, dude? It's like this ring clamp is very uh, easily modified, let's say. Easily detaches from its clips. Alright. Glasses off. What's up? We just got home from a very busy waking first 2 hours. Got up at around, look at the slide down. We got out around 9:30, and so it's 2 hours later now. And when I first got up, I was just sore and tired, and tired, because I actually went out the same day. Well, it's always the same day because we're nocturnal, right? So we just got up, and about 10 hours ago, we were at the shopping mall and the library, a different library, well, the same library but a different branch, and at a different in a mall as opposed to the community center. So we used the washroom there as well as used the library there. Now, because we did stuff like that, it also meant that we came back late by about one and a half hours late. Okay, which is not ideal. I came back about 1.5 hours late, and I had spent the rest of my time at the library, mostly working on my resume. And why was I over there? I was thinking, I just fell into the zone for the last hour and a half. Was able to work on a lot of the latter portions, the latter portions, the main portions, sorry, of the resume, including skills and requirements and experiences, volunteering, and work employment. And so the most difficult part about that was trying to find a way to distinguish between skills and experience, because I'd not written a resume in so long that I'd forgotten that experiences should be really about the things you accomplished and achieved on the job, as well as the responsibilities and the duties, whereas skills are things that are largely transferable between jobs and usually include some technical skills that if you acquired any sort of skills while on the previous jobs you had as well as the current one, you could make note of that, but make sure that it's truly a technical skill or a language-based skill. So it has to be very specific. So using a certain kind of software, using a certain piece of equipment or tool, that would be a skill. Now, that's where I was kind of stuck, because as I was typing away, I felt like there's so much overlap in the moment. And I spent quite a bit of time there trying to sort out, what goes where, Ultimately, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, as long as it communicates to the employer what it is that you're doing. So I kind of scrapped that. I said, okay, my mind's not in the right place. It's kind of in the gutter. Let's write down some things that we consider to be skills and not experiences, and things to be experiences and duties, responsibilities, and not skills. And then we just weren't able to put very many. And then we said, all right, that's fine for now. And then we left. But we came back about an hour and a half late because of that. And I was dipping in and out of sleep on the bus. There were like 5-10 times just for a single ride. It took 2 transfers. And so people were just like watching, probably looking at this dumbass here with his head dipping up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah. And then, so I came back and I just did the whole, the usual brush your teeth, wash yourself, use the washroom, skincare routine, and then drink some water, salt my throat, and then go to sleep and all that kind of jazz. But afterwards, it just, after I got up, it was very difficult because, okay, I see. All right, so I got up and I was actually not wanting to get up, right? Actually, the funny thing is I was speaking to myself the whole time. I was speaking to myself for about an hour to an hour and a half. No, about half an hour, sorry, to an hour and a half. And that's because I usually start off waking up with a live stream either running, because there's like a sleep portion of the stream sometimes. Like I haven't set down a rigid schedule yet. I should, and broadcast that and put that schedule live. But I also, well, there is a schedule, but it's not rigidly adhered to, and the times are a bit off, I believe. Regardless, the schedule. Sometimes I wake up while the stream is running. Sometimes I wake up while and then start the stream. But in rare cases, I might rarely start the stream after I've done some activity. I don't like to do that because I miss the activity. And so what ended up happening is I couldn't start the stream because I woke up and the first thing was like, oh, I was like groaning. It was like, oh, I was just like yawning. And someone's in the washroom and I'm trying to use the washroom and I'm like, I don't want to get up. I don't want to fight over it. And then my buddy calls and I'm like, come on, I don't want to go. And it's like, yeah, that's why you gotta go though. It's exactly because you don't want to, but you really want to. You don't want to, but you really, really want to, because it doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is because you have conflicting motives sometimes, and some are just higher priority, and some you have greater desires and you have lesser desires. And I say, well, if you want to go, you better go, right? Because I did want to see him. I did want to go deliver the package to him. It was like a car jack, a phone charging kind of thing. One of those things that you plug into the dashboard on the car. And so I decided to do that, and he got off his shift. And congratulations to him, because it's his first week actually doing stuff for the new employer that involves actual field work, as opposed to, so he's actually on the job real time, as opposed to actually just training for the job, training for employment. So, I mean, it's still great because when he was training, he still got money. He was still being paid. But the point is, this is the first week he's actually on the job. And it's like, oh, okay, it'd be nice to see him. And then, however, because he called, and then I was like, that's perfect timing, because he called me exactly the same time that I woke up, which is exactly how I would like it to be, except that I was a little tired, and then I just got myself up, and I started talking to myself as if the stream was running. And part of that was to, there's a bit of suspicions. There's a lot of doubts and suspicions. Naturally, there would be, because of the residency and the conflicts between multiple people and tenants and landlords living together in the same housing. So there's always like a little bit of doubts about who's doing what, who's talking about what, who's like this and that. It's unavoidable. So what I do is I take a little bit proactive measure, and I shouldn't have to. So I've been dialing down on my proactive measures, my behaviors, to be less, let's say, too nice, less have proper personal boundaries, and just not really deal with things that are not in my lane, stay out of things that are not in my lane. I've been trying to reinforce that even more so, but this time I made exceptions. Like, you know what? It's clear to me that they're listening in on me. They have to keep commentating on like whether or not I'm going to get off the bed. I'm like, dude, just go to sleep, man. So I'm just like, all right, I'm like yawning and stuff. All right, I'm getting off the bed, and then muttering to myself. And like, oh, you know what I can do? They already know I do live streams, so I started talking to myself to the Ahn Rho Project, and I was just not scripting out, but just like rambling on about. Basically, no, not rambling. Actually, that was very nice. It's very condensed. If anything, right now, I'm rambling now to distract myself of another major loud conversation happening in the other room. So, yeah, this is the kind of thing you gotta do when you just like to 15 people in the same house. So basically, I was able to just talk about the exercise that I want to get done and stuff like that beforehand, and then that was at the beginning. First like 20 minutes, and then first only 5 minutes, because I had to go. I said it's a bit of a rush, so I went to the washroom, did my stuff, come back, and then I said, I got half an hour. Why don't we punch out and exercise? Because that's what we want to get done. If my buddy didn't call, and I said, well, we're gonna get done anyways. So I went ahead and I stretched on the bed, in various different stretches, and then standing stretches, and then lying down we did the abdominal crunches and stuff like that, and then the cardio, strength, endurance, stamina kind of training workout stuff, a bit of back posture, a little bit of weightlifting, just a little bit, and then some eye movement rolls. Now I reckon we'll have to do that, and then breathing technique. So all of that stuff all in one. And now what we'd like to do is we have to continue, because we didn't do, this is supposed to be the on day. And what I mean by on day, it means that this is the day where I'm supposed to be more rigorous. I'm going to be doing more sessions as opposed to the off day. So this is not chest day. This is not the upper body day, because the upper body day I typically focused on the upper body, but it's not the whole body. So it's actually overall it's a net decrease in activity. Overall it's less intensive, the upper body workout day, and yet it is more intensive on the torso. On the on days, so which is the lower body workout day, I actually do the entire body, because I don't really miss a day where I don't do the arms. I might do it with less rigor. That might be it. So what we're going to do now is we had to do the second round. So we didn't have a lot of time, right? My buddy was waiting for me. He said, 20 minutes I'll be at my, say, father's or mother's place. I won't say which, but basically he only has one guardian because the other one was abusive. And so what I decided to do is basically be here and be there in 20 minutes. And I couldn't get the full regimen pushed out. I was rushing through it. So right now we can do, which is good, because technically we only did one round, right? So you could do like, say, 40 reps the first round, and then another 30 reps the second round, or 25 if you can't match that. Usually you can, because you activated your muscles, you warmed up, you have more flexibility, you have more feel, you're more consciously aware of your muscles. So of your body, of your limbs, you can actually feel yourself better. Feel yourself. Go feel yourself in the core. Go touch yourself in the core. That's something in the 90s that my classmates used to say all the time to each other. I got kind of lucky. I wasn't like bullied or anything like that. I know that, well, in school. There's a catch in school. I know, right? You get bullied at home. Yeah, worse, abused. But so basically, touch yourself in the corner kind of thing. This is a bit of a joke. What I mean here is just like, you can actually feel like, what they say about mindful eating, or it's a real craze and trend nowadays to take on this whole meditation kind of stuff. It's kind of died off a little bit now, a couple of years ago, thank goodness, because people are becoming more strong, just becoming more stronger, less sensitive, being less fragile, just growing up and maturing, the population as a whole, the generation as a whole, that's attuned to digital media and internet, and you can see this all over our video making and social media platforms and blogging articles. Basically, people are maturing, right? So it's, at the end of the day, it's becoming less of a thing. But just about a couple of years ago, that whole meditation and self-awareness and all that kind of breathing in and doing whatever makes you happy kind of thing, was the whole mental health craze was going not a little bit, it was going too far. It was being taken too far. So when I say being mindful craze, that's what I'm referring to. However, when I was a kid, when it wasn't mainstream, when I was like in the 90s, because like one of the ways I used to cope with the domestic abuse was that I would end up just breathing in or freeing my mind. Unfortunately, that turned into a maladaptive coping mechanism. Eventually, that behavior turned into dissociation. So if you're familiar with PTSD, dissociation is when your mind just kind of detaches from the body to try to escape an inescapable situation, right? So unfortunately, I went a little too far with the whole mindful thing. But definitely, it was beneficial in many ways. I had a much lower blood pressure when I was a kid, growing up, even when I was a young adult, until recently when I got abused again at the workplace, because I was conditioned for that kind of stuff. But the point is, I was able to have pretty low blood pressure, had a good heart rate. I was able to sustain my body. I was able to take care of my health really well because I had done a lot of conscious, mindful thinking and breathing that was on the regular. And so typically, I say typically, but it's not fair because nowadays I'm pretty bad at that. Nowadays I'm honestly constantly on the run. I am quite filled with anxiety that I never used to have for a good majority of my life. At least if I did have it, it was very situational. So it would pop up in a certain situation, and when I was speaking to people, or for example, or in a large group setting. But it wouldn't happen when on the regular because I was very good at controlling and suppressing, and not really even suppressing, was directly addressing it by just becoming conscious and self-aware of how I was, how my emotions were, and how my thoughts were running. Nowadays, there's so much action, right? When you're an adult, you have a lot to do. It's so much to do. It's overwhelming amount of stuff to do. It's almost unmanageable, you could say, but it's manageable because every adult has to learn how to manage a couple 10,000 tasks to do monthly. So ultimately, what ends up happening is you have a lot less time to just sit down and breathe and become more in tune with your muscle groups, with your body, with your limbs, with your mind. And that's what I'd like to do. That's why I'd like to do some of these fitness regimes, because I said that part of it was to do strength training, part of it was endurance, part of it was cardio, part of it was stretching. It's flexibility, it's balance, it's strength, it's endurance. But you know what it also is? The other thing it is, as I'm working, when I was growing up, I used to work out and try to just get a feel of all the different muscles, tendons, ligaments in my body. I wouldn't just be like, placing my hand on there and trying to feel the grooves, and the tension and the compression. It was sometimes I wasn't even necessarily doing any, I wasn't patting myself down or anything like that. I would just lie there, and then I would just focus my attention on the sensation, purely the sensation, not any thoughts, not any imaginative thoughts, not any sort of analytical thoughts, no thinking, just feeling, just sensation and perception. Less perception, more sensation. Just feeling the contact of my skin against the objects that I was in contact with my clothing, with the bed, with the air. So when I'm breathing, they say conscious breathing or mindful breathing or whatever. Like, I was a fucking pioneer back then, boys, who can get that ego up. No, I'm joking, but seriously, like that's something I used to do when I was a little kid, to try to control myself and to gain some sense of composure in an environment which was inherently risky and dangerous for me. Um, it's weird to have your own guardians be the very danger themselves, but that's what it is. So you find a way to kind of calm yourself down. And so one of those things is like feeling, yeah, it's your skin, the contact you have with your clothes, with your objects, and then feeling also the air as you breathe in. And then because you're feeling all the objects on the external, you're also feeling yourself. So you can feel your muscles contracting and expanding as you breathe, the intercostals, and the internal and external intercostals. And then we also could feel the calf muscle, the gluteus, our ass, our biceps brachial. We could feel our fingers, our hands, our palms. We could feel when we moved our face, right? Feel the facial muscles. Just feel and sense ourselves. It was really just a sensory exercise, being focused on the body itself, not necessarily thinking about anything, but just feeling. And I gained a lot of self-control using such tactics. Now, we would like to get to that again, and it's primarily very useful if I decide to do conscious exercises. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do crunches, I'm going to do push-ups, but because, the best, most efficient way of doing exercise is to do it when there's the highest amount of stress or strain or pressure. We're going to slow down and apply a lot more conscious effort and sensational experience and observation. So we'll sense the strain and feel the strain, feel the burn, and work through that burn in the moment as we're doing the exercise. So this is going to be the second round, and the second round is going to be more, it's going to be therefore more, I don't know, it's not supposed to be this way, but at least certainly right now it is. It's more intense. The first round was more like it was like a warm-up, but this time, and we rushed through it, but this time we know that the second rounds actually can be better. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to start with crunches, and then we'll, the variety of crunches, side to side, diagonal, the elbows, the punches. Then we'll do the full push-ups. Then we'll do the half push-ups, right? Full and half push-ups. Again, feeling the activated muscles as much as we can, trying to be as conscious as we can, as opposed to the first round. The second round of repetitions should be more conscious. And same thing with the lateral lifts, same thing with the dips, the half dips, the lateral lifts, the half lats, the full lats, or quarter lats, I like to call them because they're so much easier. And then same thing with the chest curls, right? So without further ado, let's get down to it. Now, I will say that there's a little bit of a catch today. I have to do the laundry. Usually sucks up a good hour and a half at least. Even though I could put it on, it washes and dries automatically for 2.5 hours, but I still gotta go fold the clothes, toss them in, put in the detergent, and come back up, go back down again, hang the clothes, and then fold the clothes when I retrieve some of them. So some of them dry really soon. So it's a time sink. It's a time consuming exercise, a chore really that doesn't really benefit me very much in any way. Well, it does actually. It's maintenance, right? So it benefits me a lot. New clothes, fresh smelling, whatever. But in order to do that, I have a lot less time. And on top of that, there's some clothing here that I want to get rid of only after I cut my hair. So I want to cut my hair today because we're probably going to go for an interview next week. And meet an employee, a recruiting agent, or so on and so forth. We probably have to go to church, see my buddy and his wife, and go to church and meet some people that I have some questions for them. There's a lot of stuff I want to talk about regarding church. Maybe later on after we've done the fitness, I'll touch upon that. Yeah, like donations. I want to donate some clothing, donate some books. I wonder if they will receive that. Also want to ask them if they have a New Testament, like a red pocket testament, a small red pocket testament, to substitute the one that I lost, and so on and so forth. I have some questions. Also scheduling, like can I go in the mornings? Is there a way for me to get up there to Richmond Hill? Like it's so far up there. It's difficult. And then so commuting logistics really. So covered all that just briefly right now. It turns out I didn't anticipate talking about that right now, but that's stuff that I need to cover. So I have to change clothes and cut my hair and maybe clip my nails as well, and then do the laundry. So it's a lot of chores today: sanitation, hygiene, cleaning. And then I received a bunch of messages I have to reply to. So I delivered a package, of course, earlier just now. My buddy got off his shift from transit, and I still gave it to him. But I got like a phone call, 3 phone calls, 2 phone calls, 3 to a business partner, to a registered nurse, to as well as my cousin. So without further ado, let's get down to the crunches. All right? In, out. All right, so in 3. How many do you think we could do? We could do like 30? Maybe more? Let's try. But we're going to do it slow. We're going to feel the pivot. We have to feel the burn, right? So this shirt needs to be washed too, but it is what it is. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Let's do it. That's 2. Inside. Again, this is the second round, right? This is the second round. 10. This is 12. Let's get the elbow things in. Oh, we stuck true to, oh, this is good, this is so good. So we stuck true to the diet thing. I am eating less junk today, for sure. In fact, the past 18 hours, I've just eaten like a banana and like a croissant and green tea. Good. We need more protein though. And some like wonton dumplings. Because we want to build muscle. And we don't want to add more fat and more pain to and more contaminants and more toxins to our body. We want to actually make use of all this hard work we're putting in. Okay, hold on. Turn this side. We don't want to waste our effort. This is such a fucking cop-out. I started talking for like 20 seconds. I should have kept going. Let's go. Let's do 40 now. Drop down, give me 4, Sarge. Lieutenant, 40. Drop down 40. You're talking too much. Now add more reps. Add more reps. Okay. 24. Sarge. 28. Sir, yes, sir. Okay, 30. 32. 33. 34. 35. 6. And go slow. Oh, feel it. Oh, sorry. See, hold on. Oh, slow rise, fast, slow descent, slow rise, slow descent. Right? Slow rise, slow descent. Really feel it. Slow rise, slow descent. Slow rise, slow descent, slow rise, slow descent, slow rise, slow descent. Oh, slow rise, slow descent. It's like 44 now, right? Slow rise, slow descent, slow rise, slow descent, slow rise. What's that? Slow rise. 48. So is that? Slow rise. Slow descent. Slow rise. Slow descent. 50. Slow rise. Slow descent. Slow rise. And slow descent. Slow. Okay. So there's a very marked difference. I can feel the burn on the sides, the front, and the back of my muscles when I it's so much more effective. So much more effective than rushing through. And we did 50 this time. The first round was just 30, right? When we rushed outside, we had to see our buddy. But now we did 50. We did a lot more, and these were like activated, really burning the muscles. Okay, so now legs go up. Well, should we do 2 rounds of everything? Yeah, let's do it. 2 rounds of everything. Ready, 3, 2, 1. Oh, slow, yeah, there we go. And slow rise and slow down. Oh, slow rise, slow down. So I realize now we didn't do the leg lifts properly. Again, slow rise, slow descent. Slow rise, slow descent. You really feel the burn on the core of your muscles. That's where the difficulty, that's where the pain threshold is. That's where the lactate burn is. Slow rise, slow descent. You can speed up at the top if you want, but make sure that first of all, when you reach the top, you extend your limbs all the way out. And when you're rising and descending, that you go slowly. Let's do the halves. Rise, kick, rise, and kick. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh. I think I remember that people used to do crunches like this. Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. They had this, and they elbowed in, elbowed out, and they elbowed in. Right. I believe that's how they did it. It was like an elbow in, just like elbow in, elbow out, elbow in. But they kind of like crunch this way. It's like crunch this way. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah, that's what it was like. They would do something like that. Stand. It's like that's very difficult though. I don't know how to get it proper without hurting my back, to be honest. Was it like crunch? It's like crunch. And that was like they lifted all their legs in. Yeah, they lifted all the way in. Went to the side. So, that one's really painful, man. That hurts a lot. That's actually something I need a lot of work with. Yeah. So it appears that I'm weaker on the sides. Alright, now let's do the lifts again. So we're doing basically a second round of everything. The first round was so shit when we were rushing up. Let's go. Hold stand. Try again. No, do it again. We're successful. Separate the legs. Not bad. Now we gotta turn around. Do the push-ups. So turn around. And this time we also have the books here, so it should be easier to do it with correct form. So that's OAT. We've got this. And we'll turn side. So again, feel the burn in your arms. I anticipate because I'm weaker in the arms, I won't be able to do as many push-ups as I did the first round though. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Come on. 2. Proper angle. There's 4. Oh, God. Oh. Okay, that's full. Now we do in bed. Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, wait. 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Breathe. 4. 6. Okay, so that's a lot better than the first round, I will say that. In terms of form, in terms of efficacy. And what I mean by efficacy is, that was very useful. I actually felt the burn. This time I tried to feel as much of the burn as I could around my arms. Okay. And then what's next is the chest curl. So let's get the bed to the side. Let's move to the side a little bit. Add a little bit of distance between the wall and stuff. Okay. So first we'll do the stretch, right? We'll stretch out our arms. Just like a, like a T pose, the Titanic. in the well, we need the weights. Hold on. So we got 2 weights here. Add them on each side. 1, 2. We should really add 2 on each side, to be honest, but first weights. Nice, right? So now, but since we can only do about like 25 so far, I don't think it's necessary to increase the weighting yet. Once we reach 30, when we hit 30 reps of chest curls, we'll end up adding double weights. Okay, so let's get down there. Posture. Posture. Side. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out. In and out. Okay. So now get the books. Each side. Ready. All right. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Drop. And we have to feel the burn, right? 3, 2, 1. Oh shit. Hold on, move the light away. Move the light away. Move the light away. Now we'll breathe and we'll feel. It's 4. Go all the way back, man. Don't skimp out. Slow descent. Slow rise. 8. Slow descent. Slow. Slow descent. It's 10. 11, really. Rise. Slow descent. Slow descent. Okay, that's 14. Take a mid break a little bit and work our hands. They're not break, it's a pause. I should call it pause. So these are like broad, brief pauses. Let's go again, 10 seconds. To reinforce our grip. 14. 18. 19. 20. All right, let's go for 25. Four. Okay. On chest. Breathe in 4. Breathe out 4. Okay, stand up. Alright. Alright, so next should be the lateral list, the back list, but I want to make note of something before we get to that. I noticed that whenever I try to sit up from a lying down position, I have some pretty bad form. I tend to scrunch up my neck first, and then my shoulders, my neck and then shoulders before I bend up. That's wrong. I'm supposed to have my neck and shoulders straight. And then use my ab. Let's do that again, man. We got up the wrong way. We always scrunch up our neck and shoulders first instead of just using our abdominal muscles to lift ourselves up. Lie down, back down, slow, as if we're stretching. Abdominal. Oh, heavy, huh? Oh, there we go. That's better. So when it should be like a vampire. If I'm doing this right, if I get up right, I should be doing it as if I'm like lifting up from a coffin, like a vampire. If I'm trying to get up and I end up scrunching and curving there ends up being some sort of curvature around my shoulder, neck, back area, my torso, my chest, the back of my chest. That's the wrong way to do it. Okay. So let's go over to the back training, so the lateral lifts, and we'll close off with the dips. All right, hold on. Put this to the side. push the bed in. Raise it a little bit. Okay. We need to read again. We have not been reading in a while. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. Look at a 110-degree angle. Hold on. Ears in my stomach. 2, 3, 4. You gotta feel it. 5, 6, 8, 10. Alright, tone that down. Okay, switch books. Get the more rigid one. Half lifts. 1. 4. 4 more. Put your knuckles. I feel like Harambe right now. Good roll up. God. Alright, turn around. Ready? Okay, turn. Now we're facing the right lats. So the right laterals. And then we'll do the dips. 3, 2, wait. There we go. No, further. 1. It's 2. 4. 6. 8. That's 10. Come on. We can do half. See, this is why we can't do 2 weights, right? We can't do 2-pound weights if we're still out of breath after just doing 10 folds. Grab a text, let's do the halves. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1. 3. 10-degree angle. Come on, look down. 7. Oh, that's not good for my neck. My back. Come closer. We still have to do the dips. We're not done yet. Ready? Wait, 45. Not 45. 30-second recovery. In. Alright, let's go. Let's do the dips. No time to lose. Okay. You ready? Let's do, I don't know. I know we're doing it slow, but I want to do more than just 5. You know, let's do 5, whatever. 3, 2, 1. Alright, 5 continuous. Alright. Okay, lie down. Okay, torso, neck, check, get the posture right. I want the hyoid bone. Hold on. This is important. So, mewing and the hyoid bone. The swallowing. So we need to. So 3 things. The hyoid bone needs to be raised. So we need to swallow with proper force. And then when it comes to mewing, we need to have the tongue with greatest force at the back of the top palate. I repeat, not the front, but the back of the top palate. And then the hyoid bone, you need to swallow. So you swallow and try to keep it and maintain it that way. Well, not maintain it that way, but have some sort of basic proper pose, proper ergonomics. So the hyoid bone goes up and in instead of protruding to the front. That will help with the neck And then also, because right now, whenever I try to move my neck backwards to get proper posture, the hyoid bone always ends up sticking out, like the trachea pops out, and it's hard to breathe, and I hurt myself. So I need to get better swallowing, right? You just swallow stronger, not like shallow swallowing, deep, powerful swallowing, like I used to when I would chew it a lot when I was a child. Powerful swallowing, and a tongue with the most force applied at the back of the top palate. Okay, back down. Oh. My throat. Breathe in, breathe out. Four seconds in, 8 seconds out. Okay. All right. I did it wrong. I got up curling my neck again. Get back down. Get the fuck back down. And give yourself a proper sergeant. Not the neck, just the abdominals. There we go. Oh. Sinuses. Alright, so something to mention, when I'm doing the breathing technique, I can also practice swallowing, because breathing technique is really like practice hyperventilation and also practice controlled breathing technique and hyperventilation. At the same time that I do that, I can also swallow properly with my throat. A proper full swallow to compress my hyoid bone. Move it inwards and up. Right, like this. Like the folds. And then also when the hyoid is in, it's also easier for the tongue to be at the back palate. Okay. Let's increase this. So now we'll do the vocal. And that should be, posture check. So against the back. Heels, against the back. Core in, shoulders back, neck. So we reach, extend, take out the wrist weights. Extend again. Okay. Go down, keeping the back straight. All the way down. Heels against. And up. And arms forward, shoulders back. And down. And back up again. So this is a bit of a squat, isn't it? This is a squat, really. Back posture, shoulders back, neck. Lower again. And go. There we go. Alright, that's a posture check. Now we do it free form. Okay, hold on. Core in. Chest out, shoulders back. Rotate the shoulders and neck a little bit. Okay. Breathe in. In. Alright, so you start with the cough. Tighten. Relax. We start off with a cough. This is called gentle cough. Okay, now we go. Now we go vocal fry. Right, now we go for the lip sputtering. So we go. side to side. Okay. Now we go drop. Well, we should turn our chest as well. And drop. And then we go. Okay. Very nice. Oh. So all the way down to the lowest octave and it was soprano. When we want to bellow, we go we go shout hello. Okay, so it's just a vocal range. We can't do it here. We have to do it outside. And then the last one is just like a simple whistle. That's it. All right. That's everything. I'm tired now. How are you now? I can lie down or I can sit up. It doesn't really matter. I think right now we're going to sit down. We have to practice reading. We haven't done reading in almost 3 days, or serious reading. Just lie down. We also have to make note of the things we learned from the podcast we listened to, so I'll touch upon that later. Wait.
Stop getting up with your neck, dude. What are you doing? 3. Every up with your abdominal muscles. If you need help, just use your elbows, but don't start with your goddamn neck. Right? Don't start with your neck. If you gotta go up, you gotta go with your body muscle first. Your neck is dysfunctional. Dysfunctional neck. 3, 2, 1. No. 3, 2, 1. Up. You can use your elbows, but don't do it with your neck. Come on again. 3, 2, 1. I'm just too tired. 3, 2, 1. Abdominal. Wait. Yes. There we go. So, that's a habit I had to form. Right now, as it stands, it's too hard for me to get up from a lying down position without using my arms to sort of help me prop up. And I had to discontinue the habit of moving my neck in and my shoulders in. So, okay, hold on. Let's talk a little bit. So I mentioned before I lay down about the music playlist and the utility playlist. So I was at the public library, a different branch today. And it was a very good experience. I actually found a good place to work on, anything related to the computer or online. They do have public Wi-Fi access. There is a computer just like the one at the usual branch that's closer. And I do have full access, and I can use it for like 3 hours if I wanted to, or more. There's also a plug outlet for the laptop, so that's great. So all the usual amenities. What I found to be really helpful, though, that I want to touch upon is the utility playlist. So on my phone are the music soundtracks, podcasts, video recordings, so on and so forth. And all of them have been, I didn't actually run them for months on end until very recently. I just maybe a couple of days ago, I started the one on the A20. And then now I ran the one on the A5, they're both different playlists. So actually I thought that I would duplicate on each, but I found that it was actually more helpful, more useful to have variety. I couldn't get myself into the zone at first. I wasn't able to start working on the resume. I had a hard time coming up with experiences and skills and just getting myself to do something that I thought was really boring. I was finding it hard to garner the right amount of perseverance and discipline. And this time, by playing the music, and I was at first just transferring files, video, photo, images, over to the USB. And that was low intensity work, but I was falling asleep already. What really helped me to stay awake after some intense workout, so today in the morning, or really yesterday, I did a lot of Muay Thai, parkour, knee, elbows, kicks, a little bit of Wing Chun. And I was quite tired going to the library. Even as I came back, I had also experimented using a different washroom at the shopping mall. And, I was tired. It was tiring. So by the time I got there, I was done. And transferring the files itself was already putting me to sleep. So what ended up happening was about an hour and a half in, I started to turn on my Bluetooth and play the utility playlist that was a bit outdated, right? It was on the A5, that's an older model of the Android. And it was different from the one that I have on my current phone that I'm using to make calls. So it ended up over time, progressively, gradually, it picked up and within the course of 5 to 15 minutes, very quickly though, gradually but quickly, I ended up getting enough energy and alertness to not only start working and thinking about my resume and coming with creative juices and reviewing the skill sets that I had noted down on Excel, but even better than that, I was actually energized. I wanted to do I wanted to dive into the Excel database and search up all the skill sets. I wanted to continue thinking, and I just enjoyed thinking. I haven't felt that in a while. Usually I'm exhausted nowadays, but I felt like I wanted to continue. We need that drive. We really do if we're going to learn, if we're going to get back into the learning mindset and also the application mindset. Um, well, maybe less so for the app. So here's a bit of dichotomy, right? So between learning and theory versus practice and application, they required slightly different mindsets. The go-getter doesn't really think, doesn't ponder as much, and isn't as creative. It's more narrow-minded, more closed-minded, just goes around doing stuff. But the learner, the thoughtful part of my component of myself, the thinking component of me, requires much more still, discipline, creative, and analytical thought, and all that sort of learning, conceptual understanding, analysis, and initiative and discipline. And it only comes with a little bit of. Let me take a pause here to think through what I'm saying. It required some motivation. It required some forced. It wasn't even motivation. It's not even discipline or motivation. It was a strategy. So it's not motivation. It's not discipline. It's something that brought about motivation. It's something that brought about discipline. It was strategy. And the strategy was to use music and playlists that I had not listened to in a while to bring my attention to the forefront. The employment skills and experiences to the forefront of my mind, and to make me actually want to do it. I'm very thankful that I played it, because ultimately I had so much energy by the end of I had been playing that, especially had a lot of rock music and rock, soft rock, hard rock, metal, hip hop. It also has some like soul, some really. So it's interesting. Some of it was just instrumentals. Even some of them were classical music. So it was a good variety. Not all of it was a very energetic music, but just because I hadn't listened to the music or the podcast in a while, it provided a fresh new perspective. I was excited. I was just excited. I was just energized, without respect to the content that I was working on, without respect to the so-called boring employment stuff. I was just excited because there was music in my ears. And that made me far more productive. By the end, it was like 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and I wanted to keep going, even though I knew that I was supposed to take the bus back and fall asleep. And I started to fall asleep on the bus, which was not good. People were like looking at me funny because I kept dipping over my head. But it was very useful. And I think, I have to use it in moderation. For example, if I go to the library tomorrow, I'm probably not going to use the music utility playlist, the podcast, the recordings to energize myself. I'm probably going to sit still with just a clear ambient, noise, white noise. I'm not going to have any music playing, but it helps to change, once again, the environment, and to add new or just reintroduce old previous aspects or content, or just energizing emotional music that you hadn't listened to, that will increase your productivity just by virtue of bringing something new to the forefront. And so I thought that's something that I should note down on Excel, and that I didn't capture yet, but I do want to. Okay. At this point, we should probably start reading, but my mouth is a bit parched. I'm going to drink a little bit of. Let me show you. I'm gonna get so I have the remaining Malibu alcohol, coconut rum, as well as earth. Hold on, let's get it. So there's only a little bit left of the Malibu rum and a little bit left of the Earth's Own. We're gonna finish this, and then so just to hydrate ourselves a little bit, and then we're gonna lie down. Then we're gonna pull the chair back, and we're gonna sit up straight for a while. Breathe in, and then we'll read. We'll learn, so speed reading, accents, dialogue in Russian, in Espanol, Francais, French. We'll try a little bit of like a female and male voice. We'll do non-fiction, fiction, so storytelling. We'll do first person, third person narration, and we'll also just do our own voice. So, and then we'll be learning. We'll be speed reading by chunking, by skimming passages, and by going through down the middle of the page. So 3 different methods. We'll also digest information. We'll try to read slowly to understand. We'll do some very brief, repetitive reading, but we want to keep that to a minimum because speed reading so visual reading should be the quickest way to digest information. And we also want to, once again, practice reading comprehension by using learning techniques such as active recall and spaced repetition. So active recall, testing, right? Really testing your knowledge after having read something. Look away, cover it up, use a placard like an Anki card, and test yourself with information. And then afterwards, also spaced repetition. Obviously, there will be some content here that we're just reviewing. So, for example, let's pull up right now immediately. We can say that in Galileo, we left off with Ludovico, and Ludovico wanting to become a student of Galileo, and he's not particularly well versed in science. And Mrs. Sarti, and there was also, we left off actually at the curator. So I'm recalling the curator wanting to purchase from Galileo wanting to sell his new discoveries to the curator, and the curator was kind of a cool chap and was able to set personal boundaries and say, listen, we can only pay you so much for certain discoveries if they are only focused on interests that are not as applicable for the political parties, or at that time the church, so the Inquisition in the Victorian age, so it's the 1700s. And he suggested, you could focus your discoveries on something, you could focus your energy and intellect on finding discoveries that are related to warfare and bringing profits and money to the church. Then they will pay you a more hefty sum. And he did leave off with somewhat of a tart, crude compliment to Galileo, saying you're a great man, but you're a little bit discontented. And Galileo contorting in return, saying just a little, he's like, a little bit, slightly ajar, offended, but he's like, listen, I'm only discontented with myself. So Galileo is someone who's somewhat narcissistic, right? He's a little bit, it's not pathological narcissism. It's just in the sense that he's got some ego here that he's a little bit insecure about. Galileo is, at least the character portrayed in Bertolt Brecht's Galileo, is not fond of, he's dissatisfied with his inability to produce greater discoveries. So that's Galileo. So now let's cover some active recall. So what did we cover in the drug book? So it's John Hopkins' Consumer Guide to Drugs. So with John Hopkins' Consumer Guide to Drugs, we actually read 2 different drugs. One was acetaminophen for Tylenol, because that's readily applicable. We have Tylenol on a shelf. We had a sore throat just a couple of days ago. We still kind of do. I'm being careful not to trigger, not to, bring up more inflammation. Although I know I necessarily will by drinking alcohol. I know the irony, right? So we read about albuterol, as well as, so albuterol, just to recap, right, is this asthma and COPD. So compulsive obstructive pulmonary disorder, as well as asthma. So albuterol works by, I believe, relaxing the airways in the chest, in the lungs, in the bronchioles. And there's a certain dosages for children and for adults. I can't remember that. It's not particularly important because I don't use it anymore. I did have asthma as a child. Albuterol also is done through like inhalers, and I remember there's a note on having to clean up, making sure that you should wash the inhalers. And I remember not really doing that when I was a child. We never really washed inhalers every week or so. Albuterol also had side effects, and I believe it had along the lines of nausea, dizziness, fatigue. And so albuterol has some side effects along the lines of what I was experiencing when I was first doing the fitness regime, and I wasn't really quite fit enough to do some of the exercises. The other drug that we covered in Johns Hopkins, see, look at this. This is great. Look, I'm learning. I'm memorizing. I'm becoming more intelligent, I guess, again. Right? I'm practicing my brain. I'm using my brain again. And I'm also becoming better at explaining, describing, communicating, and vocalizing, speaking once again, conveying my thoughts in a proper, adherent fashion, conveying my thoughts. So the second drug was acetaminophen. And I made a joke about this with Chubby Emu. I was like, hypoxia, right? I said hypoxia. Hypo standing for less. Oxia standing for oxygen. Low oxygen in the blood. Okay, no. So hypoxia, that's such a nerd move right there. But hypoxia, so less oxygen, right, in higher altitudes. Also less oxygen when you have increased pressure around your chest while you're swimming. And I touched upon that, right, because I was like saying, there's these breathing techniques and things that I've been testing out when I was doing the controlled breathing hyperventilation on the bed. Next, so acetaminophen, however, is a drug that focuses on pain relievant and fever relievant. So it acts by, again, pull up that it's like that pharmaceutical knowledge there we've been learning about. And it's so exciting because I used to love this so much. I used to love healthcare. I still do. I haven't shelved it. I shelved it, but it's still there. I still love healthcare. I still love biology and biomedical science and all that kind of stuff, and biochemistry and the physiological mechanisms through which all of these pharmaceutical drugs act, right? So the next thing is acetaminophen acts by suppressing the prostaglandins or inhibiting the prostaglandins, which are a series of, I believe, cellular proteins and enzymes or cell signaling molecules that directly increase heat production. It also, acetaminophen does not have a clear biological mechanism discerned as of yet, but they are hypothesizing that acts on prostaglandins, and they also hypothesize that acetaminophen also has an effect on certain centers in the brain, such as, like, for example, let's say the hormonal region, the pituitary gland. It may affect certain areas in the brain that communicates to the rest of the body, central and nervous system, as well as the endocrine system, to increase heat production and increase inflammation. And so that's how acetaminophen works. I'm recalling, but I have to check to make sure that my information is correct. So we do have to do, after you run a test, what do? You check for errors, for mistakes, and things that you got right and things that you got wrong. So I'm gonna go check that again. So we're actively testing. I feel this is great. It's like I'm running the OAT again, right? We're testing ourselves again. Multiple choice, right? Written answers, all that kind of stuff. Side effects. The side effects of acetaminophen infomercials. So the side effects of acetaminophen. A severe side effect of acetaminophen is jaundice. So you have yellowing of the teeth, of the skin, because of liver damage, and that is because acetaminophen is toxic in large amounts to the liver, even in small quantity in dosages. So an overdose can be very quickly life-threatening, and you need to seek emergency aid as soon as possible. There we go, that's one. Now, there were a bunch of other severe side effects I cannot remember, but I remember heart palpitations. Heart palpitations, arrhythmia. So arrhythmia means irregular heartbeats, right? And so on and so forth. I made a mistake. That severe symptom might belong to albuterol and not acetaminophen. But again, this is all courtesy of, here's the book, which I use to lift the weights, the John Hopkins Consumer Guide to Drugs. Okay. So we've reviewed a little bit of Bertolt Brecht's Galileo. We have reviewed a little bit of John Hopkins Consumer Guide to Drugs. Let's review a little bit of the Kaplan OAT optometry admissions test. So again, we don't have the book open. This is active recall. Active recall. Do not look. Just recall and retrieve from what you learned inside your head. Test yourself. So where we left off last time was we covered the optometry admission test is a computer-based test nowadays. It's no longer written, so CBT. And I made a joke about cockball torture about that, as well as so CBT can be cockball torture, which is a sexual innuendo joke. It can also be cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a psychiatric term for changing patterns of behavior. And it can also be computer-based testing. I'm laughing at computer-based testing and not laughing at cockball torture. What's wrong with me? Computer-based testing, but it's just hilarious. So CBT. And the OAT is also a scientific knowledge and analytical thinking test. So if anything, the OAT is not a practical test, it is a theoretical test. It tests the optometrist's ability, the prospective candidate's ability to apply critical thinking, decision-making, good judgment, reasoning, and data analysis, and so on and so forth. These cognitive abilities and logical thinking onto their career, their clients, their patients, and in the clinical setting. So there are several things to mention. There are 5 sections. There's reading comprehension, mathematics, biology, physics, and chemistry, and including organic chemistry under a subset of that. We also have to mention that it's like roughly it's all multiple choice at the time. I don't believe that's the case anymore in 2022. This was like 2012. But each test was like 50, each section was about 15 minutes long and comprises about 40 to 50 multiple choice questions, with biology being the longest, having roughly, I believe, 70 multiple choice, 70 to 80. And that one lasts more, I believe, about 90 minutes or an hour and a half, with the total test running plus the survey, as well as the introductory portion, so the tutorial 10 minutes to teach you how to use it. A grand total of 5 hours and 15 minutes. It is a grueling test of not just thinking and scientific knowledge and logical thinking and analysis, but it's also an endurance test. So it tests your ability to just muster out for 5 hours straight. Now let's cover the content of the first sections that we read. So this is a lot of review now. We read 2 sections. We read the first page and second of mathematics, which was the subsection of mathematics was arithmetic, and also the biology section and the subsection of biology being the origin of life. So with arithmetic, we covered fractions, so addition, multiplication, subtraction, division, very basic things, common denominators, denominators and numerators in general, flipping, inversing, right, all that stuff. We also covered in the biology section, so this is more rote memory, right? For example, okay, let's give an example of a mathematical fraction and then we'll move on. So it's like 11 sevenths plus 5 ninths. So crisscross over 9, that's a very difficult one to know. But so 6, 3, 7, 9, what's the closest common denominator? So let's do this in our head. 99, okay, 99 on this, okay, 9, 5, 5, 5, divide 9, 45, right? Is that 45? 45 of 63, right? 7 by 5, 35. So 35 plus 99 is 134. 134 over 63. Can we reduce that? doesn't matter. And then they also talked about mixed fractions eventually, so I'll just convert that into mixed fractions for practice. So just one example, 134, 63 is 6, 3. Oh, it's more than 2 wholes. Is 2. I'm doing this in my head. Be patient. Dude, I'm so suck at math now. Practice. We gotta get back to that Kumon grind. Kumon. So it's 2. So the mixed the informal fraction is 134 over 63, or 1/34 63, 63rds. And then we also have the mixed fraction, which is 2 wholes and 8 63rds. Okay, put that aside. Now, so the biology component, origin of life. So we covered the primordial soup and the early beginnings of the earth. So they covered starting off with heterotrophs and mentioned how heterotrophs wording, come on. Heterotrophs acquire nutrients. See, I told you, this is so bad. I keep my words. I'm losing my vocabulary as I get older. Okay, we're gonna fix that. We're going to increase our vocabulary. We're going to increase our ability to create proper sentence structure. All right. So this is exactly how we do it. This is how we become more, well-defined, more communicative, more expressive, and more proper. All right. So heterotrophs acquire nutrients from the external environment, not from internal. So they also acquire from inorganic molecules. So there are plenty of inorganic molecules, which they talked about as being the primordial soup of methane, ammonia, oxygen, carbon dioxide, these various molecules being very prevalent in the early stages of the Earth. Being able to come together, these inorganic molecules with sufficient heat and pressure were able to produce organic molecules, which have hydrocarbons, like a carbon as a center, and then hydrogens attached across to form more complex molecules. So they spoke about that. And we're able to produce the basic monomers of polysaccharides, fatty acids, carbohydrates, proteins. Okay. And there was an experiment run that demonstrated this. So Stanley Miller, I believe in 1953, ran an experiment through a tungsten gas tube or something like that to demonstrate that if he just placed inorganic molecules, simple inorganic molecules of ammonia, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide and methane, he was able to produce, one of those is off. I believe nitrogen is not in there. Ammonia is. Those 4 molecules were able to produce organic molecules such as urea. What else? I can't remember. Acetic acid, lactic acid, something like that. And so it was the first demonstration of producing organic molecules or the subcomponents of life from an inorganic or inanimate object. Now, there was a next experiment. I can't remember what the next experiment was, unfortunately, but that's okay. Good enough summary. Next book. Let's summarize The Business of the 21st Century by Robert Kiyosaki. So this is more applicable stuff from Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And over there, I believe... Right, so he started the first page. I read the introduction. I can't remember what it was. But it covers how Robert Kiyosaki believes... So he had a rich dad, which is his own biological father, who was very well educated, did not make very much money, ended up dying and leaving almost nothing for his loved ones because he was unable to get any real benefit. And then he had a poor dad. His poor dad is his best friend's dad, who taught him everything about money there is to know, and how to make. He became a multimillionaire at the age of like 47 and retired. So he covers the aspects, and he says how he has these two contrasting experiences. One works for the money, and one works with money, or something like that. And the point is, take advantage. You either take responsibility for your own personal freedom, your financial freedom, sorry, not personal, your financial freedom, or you lose out, right? So you either take advantage of it, or you become a slave to it. So then that's the like introduction, and he dedicates this to his wife Kim, as well as someone else. The next thing we read was then the actual first page or so, and he covers in the recent couple of decades there have been financial crises, there's been inflation, there's been outsourcing of materials to other countries, there's been a wide recession in 2008 as well. Recession, inflation, downsizing of businesses, outsourcing of manual labor and good paying jobs, a decrease in talent in the Western countries, and so on and so forth, increase in credit rates, interest rates, so on and so forth. And he details how right now is the right era, he believes, to pursue a certain type of business model. Now, I disagree, obviously, because his is more like a financial guru of the times. It's an old book. It covers multi-level networking business model. So it's MLM, right? And I'm not a big fan of that. But he also mentioned Ponzi schemes. So Ponzi schemes, recession, overinflation, outsourcing, downsizing, increasing credit rates, and consumer debt. Right. You can tell I'm having more difficulty with this, right? I told you that I have more difficulty when it comes to things that are less STEM related. I had to check this, so let's do a check. Yeah, experiences. Take responsibility. No, I was right. Okay, not bad. I'll talk about money now. How it's built. Yeah. Okay. Right. He mentioned, the thing he's trying to talk about network marketing is that you grow as a person as you grow your business, which that is true. The rules have changed, but so this is what I missed out. I completely forgot the entire first page except for the first paragraph. So first 12 months of 2009, U.S. company layoffs reached about 250,000 per month. So unemployment is another rampant decline in gainful employment, ravaging epidemic to a few, from executive clerks to a bank clerk. So everybody's losing jobs from no matter which industry or sector you're coming from. Even the healthcare sector. I remember that part. I didn't read that one. Even the healthcare sector, people are losing their jobs and being laid off. And this was, of course, in 2008, 2009. A lot of people's retirement portfolios suddenly lost half their value or more as real estate crashed during the recession. Okay, I didn't know that. And okay, great. So that's the fourth book we reviewed. I will save the last book to review, which is Hormageddon, for another time, because active recall is also a skill. Everything is a skill. Communication is a skill. Working out is a skill. Thinking positively is a skill. Everything can be improved upon. Everything can be worked on. So active recall, the process of retrieving information from long-term storage in your brain, is also a skill. And we will want to practice this. We'll save active recall session for tomorrow as well. We will recall Hormageddon. And then that's also space repetition, because obviously we reviewed, so we did active recall and space repetition. Obviously everything that so far we just spoke about right now, we did not look at the books. I'm very happy and slightly proud, I'll say a little bit proud, to be able to recall the information that we read days and days, even a week ago. we're getting our brain back in shape. We need it in shape. We're going to be taking a course soon for optometric assisting or something of the sort. I won't say too many details about that until we actually get it done. So we need our brain to be sharp. And remember, it's not need. It's not we have to. It's not we must. Need, must, and have to. Get rid of those words, Ahn Rho. It's I can, I'm able to, and more importantly, I am free. Courtesy of my paternal guardian, thank you to him very much for handing me the keys that were once taken away from me due to imprisonment. And now I'm free. I am free to practice active recall. I am free to learn things properly. I am free to pursue a career. I'm free to learn. Freedom is the most important aspect that I have to constantly remind myself here. I keep saying, right? Keep. These are limiting words. Keep, must, need, have to. They're all negative words. They have a negative connotation. They are inherently restrictive. There's a time and a place for restrictive words, but not in this case. All right? Not in this case. In this case, I am free to practice active recall. I am free to learn all this stuff. Okay, so what's next? Let's move the laptop. So first, let's take 45 seconds. We've been talking so much that my mind is racing and my breathing is sped up. We're going to slow down for 45 seconds by breathing in, breathing out, get our neck posture back. Swallow, tongue at the back palate. Inhale 4, exhale 4. Inhale 4, exhale 8. Speak from the diaphragm, not from the chest. Speak from the diaphragm, speak from the chest. Don't speak from your throat. Don't speak from your head. You are free to speak. You are free to be self-aware. All right, so now that I have myself collected again, why don't we start by putting the weights away? We'll put the weights away. We'll put the books, we'll stack the books back on the shelf. We'll move the laptop and the phones onto the bed. And we also need to prepare to take a shower later on, because then we want to take care of the laundry at around 2 a.m. Then we can sit down and drink some of this. So first things first, why don't we take care of the weights and we'll take care of the books, and then we'll move everything from the chair onto the bed. Let's move the ring light. The whole point of sitting on the chair is so that we can actually read new content, but we will actually read and learn new content at a proper pace. Right. So let's get up. All right, move the ring light back. We now have to plug in. Okay, so the chair goes here. We have a new setup per yesterday. So the new setup that we have takes advantage of the fact that we can we can place the laptop on the bed and work while we're sitting down, as opposed to standing up after a workout. Because the moment we are finished a workout, we don't have enough strength to stand up on the standing chair and work. We're pretty much tired. And also, it doesn't help to stand all the time, right? We want to do a 50% half-half split. Half the time we are working sitting down, half the time we are standing up, and we alternate back and forth to add variation, and that is what is good for our back. What is not good for the back is sitting for 8 hours, but what is also not good for the back is standing for 8 hours. So what we'll do is, first let's move the laptop over onto the bed. Okay. I got the alcohol. Here's the four, not the one for you. Phone cases as well. Get the phone over onto the side. Glasses. Also the USB cables. So right now the phone is also currently attached to a USB cable, a very long USB cable to the charger, which is that charger is wait, is this the wrong charger? Holy shit. 83%. No, that's all right. 82% is all right. So right now the phone that is doing the live streaming, running the live stream, doing the live streaming, correct yourself, running the live stream. The phone that's running the current live stream is attached to a charger via a very long USB cable. And what we should be charging it with is actually the short USB cable attached to the current extension cord right here, which you can barely see because of poor lighting. Maybe I can increase the lighting now a little bit. So let's plug in the extension cord. And this extension cord, well, in this new setup that we're doing with the chair and the laptop and the ring light, includes the ring light and the live stream, we can plug in both the laptop and the live streaming phone into the extension cord and have all these same proximity, same area. Because I noticed that I typically am in this region more often than I'm by the standing desk. Okay, so let's move that, plug it in. Okay, the light went out. So, okay, trying to dim it as much as I can. All right. Now we spin the extension cord. No, wait, we don't spin it. We just stick it into the ring light's legs. Get the cord in. So it's a little bit tricky work here. How do we do this? I have to be careful because I don't want to damage, per se, the I don't want to damage the extension cord or any of the wires. If I pull on the AC cord, if I pull on the AC adapter too much, it might damage the cord, and then, well, we won't be able to charge our phone anymore. Right? Okay, so let's see. What do we do? So let's unplug this for a moment. Just land it right between the legs. That sounds like in a window, huh? Right between the legs. Let's go. extension cord is fine. It's not pulled on too hard. Plug in. Okay. All right. So now also turn on the charger. Wait, it's not running. Oh, there we go. Nice. So we have several equipment here that's remaining. We've left 2 books on the bed. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Alright, laptop's inside. Spin it up. Okay. So now what we want to do is chargers. We have these chargers here. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with this. Okay, here's what we need to do. So we have left 2 books here. We have the alcohol as well as the oat drink. Place it here. We also have the 2 books that we still want to read, and it's new content. Oh, it's the wrong angle. Sorry. So we want to read these 2 books right here. St. John's Ambulance First Reference Guide. This is a new book we're starting. We haven't started that. It's the last book that we're going to start in the meantime because it's an applicable piece of equipment. And then we have Hormageddon. So how too much of a good thing leads to disaster. We're going to do active recall for that. Also, we're going to do reading. We're going to read new stuff here. Meanwhile, we have these 2 USB cords. One of this, there's some trash here. I'm going to toss it up. This is the USB Type-C to USB Type-C. We're going to see if we can't turn on the HyperX Quadcast and have this connect to the current live streaming phone and use it as a mic. I doubt it will work, but we can try. And then we also have this cord here, which is a micro USB cable, not a USB Type-C. And we're going to just connect the audio recording device, the MP3 player that doubles as a voice recorder. So let's go. It needs to be charged. I ran it for about 4 to 5 hours today. We have a bit of a minor issue. We can't find it right now. Let me put on my glasses. I think we can find better if I have glasses on. So give me about 2 minutes. We'll see if it's here. So we found it now. We can plug in. It was just mixed in with different equipment. This isn't even the right chord. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong chord. This is the right chord. It's not a micro USB. It's a specially designed chord only for the recorder. Alright. So I also forgot to take the nail clipper out, as well as the scissors, since I'm going to cut my hair today, as well as I'm going to cut our hair, and we also want to clip our nails, and then we're going to do the laundry. Okay, so nail clipper, as well as the scissors. Should probably also get ready the plastic wrap that we're using to capture all of the hair. But let's see. We also have the intermission lights running right now, so if we ever need to, we can go for that. Let's get some, alright, let's get some blues here. I'm going to run this. That was a little risky. I didn't actually fully close this container, and yet I put it on my bed. So we can eat a little bit now. Okay, let's get some wafers. The reason we're doing this is probably because we want something to eat, but also because we want to finish this and throw it away. I don't want to have this stuff in my proximity. We were just coping. When we bought this, we wanted to try it, but we were just kind of coping. Part of it was that. Part of it was trying something new. Part of it was because we wanted to eat something that was just relaxed. We were free to do what we want, we said. But we also, at the time, were kind of coping. Ultimately, we're free to do what we want, but we're also free to eat better. And I think there's one freedom that trumps the other. And that's, being free to make smart and healthy decisions is a better freedom to adhere to than the lower freedom of just eating whatever you want because you want to. let's finish this once and for all. Now I might save some of this for downstairs. I might be eating oatmeal today to sort of clear out my system a bit. Especially since I don't have any bananas left. I have to buy some from local store or Walmart tomorrow. So I'll use some of the wafer crumbs as a sweetener for the oatmeal that I may have later today. Kind of like an ingredient, really. Kind of makeshift ingredient. And then let me wipe my nose a little bit. You can also use some of the paper towels we used the other day for wiping down the bench in the office desk. Oh, thank goodness. They've gone to their room, so I don't have to distract myself anymore. Okay. Alright. So let's eat this. So these are cream wafers. Alright, just to cover once again. Napolitane, cocoa and milk, original quality cream wafers. Let's see where it's made from. Zagreb, Croatian. It looks like something that's from Germany. Zagreb. Yeah, this is definitely from German. Imported by Eurotrade. Oh, Croatia. What? Croatia. I want to take a photograph of that. I've never eaten a product from Croatia. Croatia is not a country I typically think of. Seeing a photograph of this. And just to note, the language looks a lot like German. So, it's interesting. Alright. Stick this here. Let's eat. Itadakimasu. Right, alright.
By the way, I received a message from my cousin. No, I received messages and a call from my cousin, as well as from a business partner, as well as from another partner. So I have to reply to all of that. So I've got that in my mind somewhere. Oh shit. Just when there's still of that. So let's sit up properly. Shoulders back. Neck in. Chew slowly but often. Swallow the hyoid. Tongue and back palate. Now I need a solution, because I can't just eat muruku for the sake of eating muruku. It's something I'm supposed to enjoy. So I'm being wary of that, and I know that part of me wants to clear it, but part of it is just, I don't want to eat something that I don't enjoy. I don't want to eat something just for the sake of eating, you know? So let's slow down. All right. Very tasty, very good. I think I'm going to do something unthinkable. I might actually just run the recording for the business user convention without watching them, because I don't have time. Yeah, I might do that. Oh, shit. Alright. So Earth's own. Put that down. Flatten the cartridge. And screw it up. So here's the tricky part. I have a lot of clothing I want to wash. I gotta take a shower. And then cut my nails. Then take a shower. I'm wondering whether or not I should actually wash the bed sheets with it. It needs to be washed, the bed sheets, without question. But with the amount of clothing that I have to wash right now, it's I'm not sure if I can. Okay. Okay. We will save the last miracle for something else. This is just too much unhealthy shit at the same time. So, what we'll do Right, open some of those crackers. Eat a few of those. And what we need to do is decide pretty much immediately whether or not we're going to wash the bed sheets or the clothing, because I don't think we can do both. Or if we do decide to do both, we have to decide on that pretty quickly. Like the question is, how are we going to do this? All right. No lurching. If we cut our hair and then shower, it'll take a lot of time. Huh? Slow down for a second, buddy. What have we washed the bed today? With whatever clothing inside. Wash a second batch the next day. I think that sounds like a good compromise. That sounds like an idea. Sounds like a good idea. Hmm. That's difficult. You know what's tricky about this? So if I wash the sheets and wash the blankets, and I wash whatever's clothing inside there, and then try to cut my hair, I also have to run this laptop to run the business convention. And record everything. But if I do that, the laptop will be directly on the bed mattress. It will not be on the bed sheeting because the sheets will be in the washer. So I don't know what that entails. I don't know if I want to put the laptop and the phone directly on the bed without the bed sheets. I'm thinking about it. What's the best way to do this? I mean, alternatively, I could just put the laptop back onto the standing desk, but if I do that, then I don't know. I don't want to dirty the bed with the phones. The phones are quite dirty. I bring them outside, the phone pouches, right? But then the bed's not clean, so it's like, why am I worried about that? It's not like the bed's clean. Besides, I have to watch it anyway, so. Before going through anything, we have to take some tablets. Fill up the water. We need to dust ourselves off. There's a lot of crumbs on us right now. Yeah. Just waiting on the washroom though. I don't know. Maybe we'll move the books aside and use a platform for the phone, well, the books are dirty too, right? I don't know. I'm probably contemplating over things that don't really matter over the long term. Yeah, we have to. Alright, so what do we do first? Here's a question, the $1 million question. Don't drink the booze first, dude. Don't drink the booze first. What do we do first? What do we do first? Do we wash the bed sheets first, or? It's tight. No, crumbs off first. Supplements. Then the bed sheets. And then I have to move this off. Well, that's fine, then we might not. The most important thing is just to do it. Right? Yeah, the most important thing is just doing it. I agree. So what we're gonna do then is let's go dust ourselves off. Okay, let's put on our glasses. We have 3 hours. Okay. So in 3, 2, 1, let's go. I also feel a need to use the washroom though. So it's like, it's just fine. Use the washroom. Let's see. We got this epic music, but I'm just kind of sitting here. Come on, come up with an answer. You got this. You got this. You got this. Okay, so we'll wash the sheets. We'll dust ourselves off, take the supplements, then wash the sheets. No, dust ourselves off, take the supplements, move the laptop and the books off, then wash the sheets with some clothing. Come back,
After filling up the water, we fill the water, toss out the trash. Shit. I'll start this recording on the bed. Yeah, okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Lights on, get the supplements. Wait. Hold on. So, we've got to get the supplements. Get the supplements ready. So the reason why we can't start the supplements yet is we need some real food, not just shitty food. So we dust ourselves off. We gotta take these Gouda crackers, which are actually not all that healthy, but they're better than the moo fruit and the alcohol by a large mile, as well as the wafers. Take a broken pair of chopsticks. Eat maybe 2 or 3 of these. Let's just go with 2. All right. Mm-hmm. Pretty good. 3 grams of fiber for 26 grams. Exactly what we need.
Great. All right. A little more than we should have. Let's take the supplements. 1, 2. Okay.
Alright, that's enough of these. Put it away. Let's get the remaining 2 supplements. Okay, put this away. This will be trash once we eat oatmeal downstairs tomorrow. A little bit of booze just to lighten the mood. Alright, let's clean up. Let's get this right. Okay. Wash the sheets. Okay, let's go. While we're at it, I think we'll put this in the fridge downstairs. This can go in the recycling. The muruku can be right downstairs. Maybe we eat oatmeal, I don't know. This is on. I should probably start recording right now, to be honest. Side.
this. Toss some of the trash here. So we just dusted off the sheets, and we need to wipe down, honestly, the bed and dust it off a second time. We're also gonna wash these pair of fingerless gloves for the first time we've ever used it. Let's wash it. As well as this tux thing here. We'll toss in the full wedding attire, the dress shirt and the dress pants, including the belt. Let's go wash our hands. What I want to do is I want to start the recording before I go wash the clothes. Never mind, bad idea. Clothes first. Okay, so that's in the laundry. Let's get the live stream running. Hold on. Alright, so the most important part is done. Let's run. 1, 2, phone's on the bed. Move it over. Laptop. Fuck. Alright. Bed. Guide. Charger. Alright. Okay. 1, 2, whatever. That's it. So the bench, just leave it like that, it doesn't matter. Who cares? We just need it. We want to finish the goal, aside from getting the laundry done and cutting our hair. We need to get the first Usana opening session recorded by the end of today. Is the goal. Okay. And I recognize that's a bit ambitious with only 3 hours left remaining, but I believe it can be done. No, it can be done. Pictures. Okay, let's go over to okay. Quickly on Excel, let's get down some things that we need to mention. 0.000 days of quarantine. I'm deliberately blocking this. I don't want you to see everything here, right? So, 1. Okay. So we've got a screen recorder and a recorder. We'll switch that screen record. Let's switch the location over to the place I'm going to share it with the business partners. Right, but first, let's take down some notes. So church manifestation accommodations. On Facebook, WhatsApp. Facebook. In person. Yeah.
right, the stretch exercise, or the posture exercise, wall exercise, should go down and reach upwards. Bend down and reach upwards, like a squat position. Squat position. Reach upward, arms extended. Okay. Active recall, so learning. Education, really, learning. Active recall and spaced repetition are skills, require training, practice, daily. What else do we note? Right, distractions. So residency, like, yeah, sure, distractions. It's, in terms of like dysfunctional, just poor relations, negative, abusive. It's not, the word is no longer abusive, it's harassment. Harassment. No longer abusive. Relationships. So it's a landlord, tenant, and the domestic guardians. We also have some food courtesy of domestic guardians, ironically. So we have to say domestic Samar 2x C1 C2. So just some dumplings. Harassment's a lot more common, I would say, than abuse, because it's just like a low-level thing. So when it comes to learning, right, we did 4 books. Recall. Past week learned. So we did like Galileo's at the Curator, and then we did John Hopkins, albuterol, as well as acetaminophen, but I want to make both. We also did Robert Kiyosaki's right, recession, global recession, and we also got in the freedom, right? Well, whatever, get the idea. Yeah, sure, whatever, freedom. No, finance. No, take control of your freedom, of your finances, it says. And then lastly, there was another book. Come on. Are we getting? No. Right, the OAT, Kaplan OAT. Alcohol torture, biomathematics, whatever. Okay. Now there's more to it than that. We didn't just do that. Right, distractions, the harassment from our guardians, as well as from, okay. Right, the new locations. So locations of exploration. New. Well, I mean, I think we already wrote that, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah. It's just up here. Sure, whatever. We'll write it down twice. Locations, exploration, functionality. Right, we did recall, cross-reference. Well, next lines. We can also include employment, right? Okay, utility playlist, music, podcast, as video record. It's like a 25x playlist. List previous smartphone, cellular. Variation. Previous variety version. Right, it's good to have a different. Right, okay. Utility podcast. Incredibly effective. Results. When we were like out of the zone. Low when lacking in motivation. Lacking energy, motivation, or discipline. We will also say that we were able to iron out sorts of distinguishments in job seeking. So experiences and skill sets are different. Distinguishing features. Review. So one has more to do with achievements and responsibilities, and then the other one has versus actual things you did. Actual transferable, and technical. Yeah. And there was also a little bit of humor, right when we first got up, we recited without having to. We did a bit of recital without really needing to. Hold on. Okay, the date here, September 17th. We first woke up, we got up, and we went moving about. Right, the freedom. Books. It's the freedom to recall. Freedom to choose against conflicting short-term conflicting, short-term low-level, short-term conflicting freedoms. Is to, in a sense, want comedy. It was comedic freedom, humor, amusing. Want but don't want it, but don't really want it. Don't really want it but want it. Don't really want it. Don't want, but really want. And I should say that's a comedic, amusing humor. Cliche, you know, kind of like you know what I mean, just some mannerisms. Awake. Like, and we also can live stream. So business live stream. Yeah. Now we also get a haircut. Get nails. Nail cut. Shower. Also laundry. So the washer, the dryer's dryer, hanging, laundry. It's like fold. Folding, hang, laundry. Bed sheets, you know, stuff like that. New gear, gloves, dress, new equipment, dress attire, dress formal, cocktail, interview attire. And of course we want to do the live stream, right? So we have to background, automatic recording, background, business, convention, stream. Let's finish 3x MP3 of the first session. And we can sort of save that and drive over to the global convention. Thanks for participating, it says. Opening the general session on demand. And we'll save. Okay, that's very loud. I'm going to put on the recording, put on the headset. Okay. You're in the right place. The show will begin soon. So start recording.
Your body is comprised of billions of diverse cells whose jobs vary from.
So we're going to pause. I'm going to start the screen recording. Screen only. Fast forward.
For this 30th anniversary celebration, paying tribute to our vision, values, and Cincinnati.
Some you may not even notice. They continue to support the goal of creating a one-of-a-kind Nissan experience for you and our customers. Our corporate responsibility has been renewed with a focus on people, products, and Rho, we were named the #1 combination diameter.
Alright, so let's plug it in. And I want to record. The audio is cropped. Crop it. I'll cover it to the side. In case we end up taking notes, we will be able to capture the notes on the side. do is we'll slide this in. No. Shit. I've got to use a different spreadsheet, honestly. Let me see. Okay. Alright, then we can do this. Whoa. Go all the way down. Kind of just copy down, straight down. At 1:11. Whoa. No. Okay. And then we gotta get the formatting right. Let's see. Notepad, rich text, format, live stream. It's on session. Ahn Rho. On the side notes. So we can do that. If we can full screen it a little bit then. No, we don't want full screen. So we can begin the recording, crop. And so we begin the screen recording. And okay. Alright, recording begins.
Supplements branded by your monitor. To date, USANA has earned over 800 awards over the past 30 years. Our commitment and investment to digital technology is also a top priority. Improvements are happening may not even notice. They continue to...
Okay. So that's a test run. Stop. Test run. So let's play that out loud. Okay, so that's bad. What ended up happening is shit. So if I do that, it actually stops. I can't hear. Oh. So it's not default. The default has to be chosen. Something else. So screen. Crop. I'm not even gonna be here for this. What am I doing? Okay, so let's first headphone. So that's important. Let's crop it again actually. If we want to do this right, we gotta crop it properly. Let's cut all the stuff that's not really relevant, you know. And so we'll start the recording. Now it's showing the headphones. And we can run it now. So now the music is playing in the head speaker, and it is being recorded from the speaker onto the video recording device. Now, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I've got to help the laptop out here by raising the platform. Give it some air. Give it some support. Okay. So now there's proper ventilation under the system as well. Oh, fuck. Spoke too soon. So we're just going to leave it running like that. You're not going to be able to see this now because it is copyrighted content. Instead, what I will show you is just the backdrop here. And you'll just look at the lights. And it's an intermission because I'm going to go ahead and take care of my business in the washroom. I need to take a shit. I feel bad. But then I've also got to cut my hair, so I don't know how I'm going to fit everything into one. Well, we'll find a way to work everything out. Forgot something. I tossed away the previous garbage bag for the laundry. We're gonna use a new one. The previous one's all filthy with like 2-week-old laundry, dirty laundry, sweat. grit, bacteria. Okay, we'll use a brand new one. I'm missing the most important part. I mean, the most exciting part of Usana right now is the research team, and I'm missing it because I was taking a shit. Shit. Whatever, man. I can rewatch it on my own if I need to. What's most important is that I'm just recording the live stream. I don't miss it. I have to keep tabs on the. I have to keep a tab on the temperature. Make sure that's not going to overheat my laptop. Also. About 5 minutes. The laundry should be done washing, and then I should start drying. So let's get ready for that. First, we can replenish the water. Get out the laundry, like the softener, fabric softener. Opening the new box. Fine.
Wait, there's actually a comment here. Watching ZTube. What are we talking about? Oh god, there's no point answering that question anymore, is there? I'm gonna get the clothing from the dryer and from the washer. All right, let's check the live stream. All right, the live stream's still going. And we'll see the dryer's done. You can hang the laundry. So here's the laundry we have now. So I put stuff away. We'll fold it all away. Okay, so let's put the books on the side. Let's start something back. Oh, you know what? We can leave it there, right? Next to the Zana stuff. Oh, you can't even see it. What? Talk about start something. Wait, you can't see my arm? What the hell? Okay. So start something, put it over here. Next to these. Oh, you can't see these on at all. Bottles, whatever. Anyways, we'll leave the books somewhere. Right now, okay. Let's see. Turn. Oh God, you can't look at this. I forgot because of the. I need to move the laptop over onto the chair. So I can put on the bed sheets. Okay. Okay. They're having a concert right now. They're having fun. Me, not so much. They were having fun this past tense. The convention's over now. So here is
pair of socks. Okay. Alright, so this goes back on here. Oh, it's brand new though. Or whatever, it doesn't matter. If I lie down on it, it's gonna get dirty anyway, so. Okay. We don't have enough time probably to take a, I don't know, I want to take a shower to be honest. Oh shit, you're not supposed to see it. Whoops. Oh wait, you can't see it anyways. It's like down there, so. Okay, that's alright. I'm gonna put the books away because I don't think we have enough time to do this at all. Oh shit. I didn't get the water. I didn't get water. Okay. So I don't know how we're gonna do this, but we're gonna really try to cut our hair and take a shower and finish this live stream. Well, this live stream wasn't done anyways. So I got like, oh, it's still got half an hour. Okay, so we'll kind of cut our hair and take a shower before we leave. That's tight. That's really, really tight, but we're gonna try for it. We might have to skip brushing our teeth even. It's kind of sad. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Let's go. This goes down. Okay, but what do you wear when you come? Okay, go ahead. Fair. Sleeve from here, something out. Just gonna turn you away from, just in case, so you have something to see. It's more interesting, right? Alright, sorry guys, I'm kind of shirtless right now. Okay. I cut my hair. And shoot. Vishika Brana, Czech Republic. Vishika Brana, Czech Republic. Vishika Brana. Alright, so we have Shika Brana, Czech Republic. Alright. Okay, sorry, this is gonna be a little bit of minor nudity. I'm just gotta put on a shirt, that's all there is to it. Took a shower, and basically we finished the live stream with the Usana Business Convention, the opening session, and it went over by about 12 minutes. So it started recording and replaying from the beginning, which is fine, it's not a big deal. What's left remaining, I should mention there's some, I see some scars and scratches over my arm. I don't know where they're coming from. I only noticed there's also some black marks on the back, probably due to the sunburn. I'm not exactly sure what that is. I'll have to watch over that, make sure it doesn't grow. But anyways, the only thing left here on the screen is something called Pravshika Brana, Czech Republic. So Pravshika Brana, Czech Republic is a new screen saver I saw, and I thought it was really nice, so I'm going to save it there. But the point is, we're done. So we can close this, and we want to check the weather and toss the hair downstairs. Some hair downstairs. Hold on a second. Oh, no. Okay. Ooh, that's nice too. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. So we still have to apply the skincare routine. First, we're going to throw the hair downstairs. Okay. CP24. Weather. 24 haze. So it's going to be a warm day. It's 19 degrees in the morning, and the rest of the week and the weekend it's going to be about 26, 20. Alright, good stuff. Today is a Saturday. What the fuck? Today's a Saturday. Oh no, I didn't even realize today's a Saturday. Alright, so let's turn this off. Dude, shit. Oh, I don't think we have as many hours at the library. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We have to toss the hair. I can't toss the hair right now. There's someone downstairs. I have to come up with a different method. I'll save the hair maybe. I'll save the hair for now. And then, damn. Throw on a shirt, throw on a shirt, throw on a shirt. Throw on a shirt. Oh, fuck. We can think after we put on some clothing, and then, yeah, blah. Okay, so let's throw on a shirt. Let's throw on a fucking shirt. Okay. I knew it would push over the limit, huh? So let's consider how we're gonna do this. So I'll just tie my hair up. Alright, so there's good news and there's bad news, and there's just news in general. So good news is it's Saturday, so there's no people going to school, meaning it'll be easier for me to collect more time rollerblading if I decide to do that right now, which is what I plan to do. Bad news is, well, what is the bad news? Bad news is we may have less time at the library. I don't know how much is offered, but it's some minor stuff. So first, let's throw the hair downstairs. I'll be quiet, really quick with it, and then I'll take care of the ears, and then we'll get dressed and ready to go outside. Okay, laptop's done. Pull it down. We'll unplug it. Place it on the chair. Probably not the chair, it's not a good idea. Oh, shit. Fucking dog. Fucking dog. Alright. Please. I just pulled the... Fuck. I just pulled the laptop with the earphones on. Damn. Fucking. Alright. Turn to the side. Put it on the chair instead. I thought I was going to put it on top, but no. 1, 2 phones. We need the phones. Charger to the side. And off goes the charger, right? One off goes the charger. Alright. So it's no longer charging anymore. Turn off that light. Let's see. Put this in somewhere. I don't know where to put it. Sure. Okay. Okay. We're going to do something a little bit risky right now. We're going to put on the bicycle helmet without moisturizer again. And, I mean the rollerblading, the motorcycle helmet. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go rollerblading, even after all that. Okay, so let me just take care of this. Just check it for a second. Fuck. I could use a clipping, but I couldn't do it at a time. Too bad. Put the scissors away. Fuck. Alright, let's get it on. Turn up, look up, look up. Alright, so let's get dressed for the ride. Let's get a belt on. So I think it's important to go motorbike rollerblading today because it is a Saturday. It's like, you know, Saturdays you got more time because it's just no students out there. In addition to that, today might be the first time we try rollerblading on the sidewalk, right? So, because we're gonna try rollerblading in a different location, okay? Or are we gonna walk? Are we gonna run? We could run, right? It'd be simpler that way. We don't have to put everything on. We could put the skincare on if we want. change your plans, huh? Yeah, alright, fine, fair. Fine, that's fair. Technically, I can rollerblade tomorrow anyways. So, yeah, I can rollerblade tomorrow. Oh, fuck, tomorrow's church. There's gonna be so many people at the church. There's no rollerblade tomorrow at the church. God damn. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, so, what do we do? Are we running or are we blading? Are we running or are we blading? You hear that serious music right now? This is timeless. Oh, God. I was gonna put the skincare routine on too, right? I don't know, man. Pick one. Pick one. Pick one. Rollerblade or run. A or B. A or B. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by his toe. Okay. Alright, let's go. We're blading. I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find out that because there's church that I can't go blading. That's it. You know, on the bright side though, it's like there's probably still more of that shit staying around the church, so I probably couldn't go blading there anyways. But let's see, is it dark outside? It's still dark outside or what? It's bright now, right? It's getting bright now. We need to practice, that's why. We need to practice. Also, it's a lot easier to walk back with the gear if I don't have, you know, like 500 students looking at this guy who dressed up like he's coming from the army military. Yeah. My gear is very attention grabbing. I don't want that much attention. What are we talking about? Okay, 90%. Put it on there. 1, 2 phones. 1, 2. Oh fuck, leave that off. Okay, got this on. Let's get the next brace. Put on the charge phone. God damn this thing. Whatever. It's good enough. Okay. Glasses have to come off as I put on the helmet. So I have to be careful. So there's a lot of moisture in the helmet from last time. Not anymore, obviously. I meant like there was a lot of moisture last time. I recognize that I do have to therefore put like a paper towel inside to collect all that moisture and to wipe it off when I'm done. But anyways, here goes nothing. Second round with the helmet. My hair's a little wet. Hopefully that won't interfere. Too much. Okay. Let's go in. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but just gotta be careful. Okay, perfect. Now it goes down. Beautiful. Raise. Stuff this inside here to collect the moisture. Right? Okay. You need to look at me. There we go. Look at me. Okay, now. So stick this inside here to collect the moisture for the helmet. Okay. Nice. Good. Look in the mirror, make sure everything's in check. Put on the gloves. Where's the webcam? Would have been so angry if I left this at the library. I had that thought just now. Scare. Tie it into my neck. That. Strap it on the chest plate. 1 equals 2. Okay. Pull this a little more out. Come on. There we go. Fucking snagging little piece of shit. Alright, we're gonna end this live stream. We're just gonna throw on a jacket and then we'll be ready to go out. Yeah. Yeah, just throw on a jacket, I guess. So, we end this live stream right here. Thank you for tuning into the Ahn Project. This is a psychiatric self-therapeutic project. Solve problems, challenges, obstacles in our lives, negative influences, disease, finance, soul gap, ruin, rape, whatever. As well as some process to reach goals, ambitions that we set for ourselves around us. So positive things like your grandkids, a career, so on and so forth. Alright, take care of yourselves. This is Ahn Rho. Peace.